The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of them.
Hello and welcome to North London and the fabulous Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. Sue, what are your expectations from this?
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
This is the Spurs starting lineup. Jed Spence starts with Pedro Porro in the fullback positions. James Maddison plays alongside Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of the park. And the main man in attack is Richarlison. This is the visitors' team for today.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. They're being afforded too much space here. Real opportunity. A body in the way. Dejan Kulusevski. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. And he's won the ball to stop the goal. And unable to retain possession. This is who I've been looking forward to seeing most today. Are we going to see him play a prominent role here, Sue?
Well, he's just a natural goal scorer. Ice cold when he gets into a goal-scoring position. The defence are going to have to be on their toes, switched on, if they're going to stop him here today.
And it's all been sorted out by the goalkeeper. Really good pass. And they want to see a shot here. A promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Pushing forward with options available now. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Ramiro. Nicely sets it up. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Brennan Johnson. Oh, chance here. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Madi Camara. Good spell, looking for that all-important next goal. Samata. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Read the pass well and cuts it out. There could be something building here for Spurs. Sloppy on the ball there. Could take things forward a notch here. Samata. What a chance here. And it's lifted nicely. That's brilliant. That really is. Spotted the chance to lift it over the keeper and did it perfectly. Christian Ramiro. Brennan Johnson. Pedro Porro. James Maddison. Spence. Maddison. Now, what can they do from here? On the wrong side of the defence, offside. Živkovic. Johnny. Struggling to keep the ball there. This is a promising looking attack. This could be dangerous. But that is brilliant work to stop them. Staying patient here, but they need to find an equaliser. And they went too soon, it's offside. Buana Ali Samata. Decent looking attack this. And that will do it for the first half. Here. And we're off for the second half. Madi Camara. Meite. Madi Camara. Could be something on, but it's offside, surely not by much.
No, it can't have been. It really looked like he timed his run to perfection. He's marginally offside. Really unlucky that.
And Buana Ali Samata. Živkovic. But they're not quite in sync there, it's offside.
Well, he's got to do better there. He's got to realise the situation and keep hold of the ball a bit longer so that he can get back onside.
Buana Ali Samata. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. Save, but not clear. Now it's in. Nothing he could do to stop the next one. And a little extra help wouldn't go amiss back there. Porro. Christian Romero. Pedro Porro. And the hard work pays off. They've won the ball. And the shot from a long, long way out has ended up in the crowd. Maddison. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Looks a good ball. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Very quick to close down. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Clear goal-scoring opportunity stop. Red card, surely. Goes for goal! Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it rather than place it, and has narrowly missed. Johnson. Maddison. And the forward progress continues. It's in! Oh, they needed that, and they're not out of this game yet. Spurs may still be behind, but this game feels very much like a contest again. Possession really is all for them now. Camera. Thomas Kajora. Madi Camera. Meite. Thomas Kajora. Sualio Meite. Really good pass. Real opportunity. And there it is. He's doubled up for the day. And away we go again at 3-1 now. Played back to Vicario. Danso. Bentancur. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Danso. Brennan Johnson. Good run. Now, can he pick out the right option? And that's where it ends. Madi Camera. Can he finish? And it's not clear yet. Genuine chance. It's a 3-goal lead. And the win almost guaranteed. Pedro Porro. James Maddison. Danso. Porro. Maddison. Richarlison. Promising position this. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. This has to be. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Brennan Johnson. Struggling to keep the ball there. And it's a wild, wild attempt from range, not one for the highlights.
Oh, it's a poor choice. He's got other options on. Why is he shooting from that sort of distance?
Play on is the referee's call. Delivered into the box. But that hasn't worked as planned, claimed by the keeper. Clumsy challenge, and the ref blows for a free kick. So that will do it for today, and it's the visiting fans.
Again to whet the appetite. A match certain to end. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. And without doubt a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
This is how it looks for the home side.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre-forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
Introducing the Spurs starting 11. Jed Spence plays with Pedro Porro in the fullback positions. James Maddison starts with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is the very creative and eye-catching Richarlison. Well, just the tackle that was needed. Richarlison. And Spurs moving the ball with purpose. Matteo Guendouzi. Marušić. Plenty of running room in the wide position. A wonderful intervention. Valentin Castellanos. And a fine tackle. Richarlison. Good looking cross. Well, not away properly. That is how to keep it out of the net. Zaccagni. Dia. Well, attacking possibilities. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Could be threatening. Can he put it away? And a goal to open the scoring. No wonder they're celebrating. And back to Guglielmo Vicario. Mickey van de Ven. Maddison with it. Pedro Porro. Van de Ven. And now with Kulusevski. Romero. And now with Kulusevski. Brennan Johnson. Richarlison. Very effective passing sequence. Oh, skipping away. Trying his luck. Oh, that is outrageously spectacular. Well, a flair for the dramatic, to say the least. We'll be replaying that one over and over again for a long time to come. Rovella. On to Guendouzi. And now with Marušić. Guendouzi. Dia. Nicolo Rovella. And on to Marušić. Plenty of support here, but timely defending when it mattered. Dia. And threading it through. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Spurs trying to use space to good effect. Superbly read and executed. Maybe a chance for Spurs here to take the lead from a corner. Richarlison, can they convert? And a goal here! There it is! They've done it! Zaccagni. On to Guendouzi. Nicolo Rovella. Well, getting close to the half-time interval, and the story so far, they're not really making home advantage count. Stuart, your take?
Well, it's certainly been an open game, with chances for both teams. But they must start winning some of those individual battles, particularly in the wide areas, if they're going to get anything out of this.
Oh, that's a really good run. Opportunity here. In it goes! To square the game! What a contest this is turning out to be! Bentancur. And there it is, the half-time whistle. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Bentancur. Now Romero with it. It's with Bentancur. Pedro Porro. Bentancur with it. Richarlison. Brennan Johnson. And a pretty ordinary challenge. Well, defending always has to be a team effort. Good piece of covering. And playing it through. Absolutely spot on with that challenge. Now, can they hit them on the counter? It's there for him! Well, it was so easy on the eye, that counter-attack, but no reward for them.
Yeah, it was all good until the final effort. It just shows how devastating they can be on the break, though.
Yeah. Well, he's lost the ball. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far. Oh, good vision. And offside. Nicely timed tackle. Over the touchline for a throw-in. Oh, left his man behind here. Oh, in with a chance! Well, what a stop that was! He read the situation defensively and did his job. That's a good pass. Brennan Johnson. Well, he's certainly not alone. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Zaccagni. Well, he's been forced out of play this time. James Maddison. Well, Spurs with the ball again. And a Tottenham Hotspur free kick coming up. Takes on the shot. Nothing wrong with the idea on the free kick, but the goalkeeper has it. Tavares. Well, Spurs now in potentially a dangerous position. Well, good hands there from the keeper. Matteo Guendouzi. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Richarlison giving it a try and nicely parried away. And a corner for Tottenham could be useful as they try to take the lead. And taken short. And defensive play to be applauded. Another corner. And deciding to go short with this one. And a chance for them to nudge in front. No way through. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. That's a good-looking ball. And still trying to get the shot off. Marvellous anticipation. And they have possession again. Boulaye Dia. And forward they go again. Can they win this? The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Dejan Kulusevski. Richarlison. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Maddison. Can he take the chance? Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Guendouzi. Well, nearing full time, and here's the question: are they going to come up just that little bit short? Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, what a finale this will be. They've had so many chances throughout the game, but they just need to find a composed finish in the dying moments. They've certainly deserved something from this game, but time is running out.
Well, no time to waste. Can they find an equaliser? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Richarlison, and a strong tackle. Well, totalling up all the stoppages, we'll have 2 additional minutes. Richarlison. And space here on the flank. Time really is of the essence. What can they do from this situation? The ball back. How about this for drama? All even once more. Astonishing. And that. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello, wherever you're watching from the Spanish Basque region. This is the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. It's Athletic Bilbao up against Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri Berchiche in the fullback positions. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack.
Oh, Derek, can he finish it here?
Really sound defending. An early goal. It is the ideal opening. James Maddison. Now Romero with it. Bentancur. Mickey van de Ven. It's with Porro. Van de Ven. Romero. And now with Kulusevski. No panic, just passing. And Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, disappointing end to the move. Sunset. Oh, can you believe what we've just seen? I think we're going to be viewing that goal time and time again. Bentancur. It's with Porro. Bentancur with it. Mickey van de Ven. And now with Kulusevski. Brennan Johnson. Spurs pushing forward with options available. Just the challenge that was required. James Maddison. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Athletic sloppy in possession here. Could reduce the deficit, and he does. There is hope for them, despite the adversity they suffered earlier. So back underway, Tottenham still behind, but they're making this a contest. Vivian. Yuri Berchiche. Ruiz de Galarreta. It's with Williams. He's broken free. Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. Johnson. James Maddison. And on to Kulusevski. Oh, might be. That is how to keep it out of the net. Now can Spurs use the set piece to their advantage? Well, given the position he found himself in, he really should be testing the keeper. Superb opportunity squandered. Sunset. It's with Williams. That's a good-looking ball. And the chance is on. Trying to chip it. Oh, a superb chip. Spellbinding. Romero. Mickey van de Ven. And on to Kulusevski. And doubled up with ease by the keeper. Pedro Porro. Bentancur. Maddison with it. Romero. And on to Kulusevski. James Maddison. You can sense the threat is there. And it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Ruiz de Galarreta. And the throw into Spurs. Richarlison. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Pedro Porro. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Williams trying to open them up. Well, I must say it did look so promising, but the flag is raised. Offside the verdict, Stuart.
Well, he's just too eager there. It's the right run, but he's made it too early.
And the decision offside here. De Marcos. Sunset. Attacking with vigour. This looks more than decent. De Marcos. Now with Bertice. Really vital interception. Well, no more time left. We've reached the... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Vivian. Ruiz de Galarreta. Dani Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. De Marcos. Trying his luck. And there it is! Another goal! And surely there's no way back from this now. Romero. It's with Bentancur. Mickey van de Ven. Bentancur. Madison with it. Pedro Porro. Van de Ven. Well-timed tackle. Sunset. Plenty of support here. Well, that's eye-catching wide play. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Bentancur has eyes for goal. Just made sure nothing came of that. Now, how about the short corner? This looks interesting. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Decisive pass. Well, it was easy on the eye, but the interception was made. He must finish! Williams. Oh, in with a chance! Well, he had the chance. He went for power. He might be regretting that now.
Well, he got his angles all wrong there. That's a poor miss.
Bentancur. James Madison. Richarlison. And it's a quality pass. Oh, that's a magnificent volley. What a thumper. And far from simple to put it away. Yet dispatched, seemingly with ease. If ever there were a reason to get emotional about a goal, you've just been exposed to it. Ruiz de Galarreta. Dani Vivian. Nico Williams. Yuri Bertice. Determined defending. Creative look about this. How about the cross? Electing to shoot. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Well, he's been ruled offside. Really annoying for them. Couldn't take advantage. Dejan Kulusevski. Yuri Bertice. A move of promise on the flank. Sunset. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. A really good pass. Promising move from Tottenham. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Athletic struggling to keep possession here. Well, the thought process is there, but not the execution. Sunset. Now with Richarlison. And there to intervene. Williams. Can they hit on the break? And it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end. Richarlison. Oh, that's a really good run. Takes the shot. Well, it turns out to be fairly routine for the keeper in the end. DeMarcos. It's with Williams. This could be troublesome. In it goes! It looked as though they were down and out. Not a bit of it. What will happen next? Well, keeping the ball as they're doing is helping the cause. Vivian. Yuri Bertice. Nico Williams. Bertice with it. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Options in the centre. Bertice. Will he find the net? Not out of the woods yet. And so there we have it. It's full. The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams... And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. How do you see it panning out, Stuart?
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
This is the lineup for the home team.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
Let's have a look at the initial 11 for the visitors.
Well, no surprise really, they're matching up here, but there are many different ways they can approach this game, and I just think they'll be cautious today, certainly early on.
Well, he tried to put everything into the shot, but couldn't find the target. Tyson. Mohamed Madi Camara. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Marusic. Dia. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, I expect him to be the biggest influence on this game, certainly in terms of dictating the play. Quite simply, one of the best players at linking up with teammates.
Now, what can they do from here? Must take the lead here. Oh, a tremendous block. Mohamed Madi Camara. Giannis Constantelias. Mete. Constantelias. It's with Tyson. Well, possibilities inside the box. Giannis Constantelias. Couldn't keep it. Marusic. And he keeps going. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Giannis Constantelias. Baba on the ball. Working so hard to win back possession. Mohamed Madi Camara. Skipping away. The fans want to see a shot. Can he finish? Brilliantly blocked. Tavares. Nicolo Rovella. Now with Guendouzi. Marusic. On to Guendouzi. Marusic. Well, it's one pass after another. Oh, good-looking run. Well, a chance here, perhaps, to invigorate their aerial targets. And a short corner, let's see. And space to attack. Well, fine reading of the situation. Well, great read there to intercept. In a decent position now. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Very clear who got the last touch. So a corner coming up. Keen to take it short here. And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. Viatesca. Penziora. Mateusz Viatesca. It's with Mete. Kenziora. Well, getting close to the half-time interval, and the story so far, they're not really making home advantage count. Stuart, your take?
Well, I've been a little disappointed with their attacking play. It's all been a bit too slow. If they can pass it into their front areas with more quality, switch play quicker, and be more positive in 1v1 situations, I think they'll get back into this.
They could level it. Really committed defending. Dia. Well, this could really help the cause. Well, the managers will now deliver their half-time. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Mete. Here's Kamara. Abdul Rahman Baba. Giannis Constantelias. It's with Tyson. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Mete. Zivkovic. Could cross it in here. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances. Well, the danger was on, but just a fraction offside. Constantelias. Oh, splendid skill. Well, they get themselves level here. Must be no shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Nicolo Rovella. And now with Marusic. Romagnoli. Tavares. Now with Guendouzi. Marusic. Boulaye Dia. Guendouzi. How can they open up the defence here? Well, I think a classic commentator's curse just then. Couldn't make the ideal pass. Andrija Zivkovic. Really good wide play. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Matteo Guendouzi. Dia. Castellanos. A chance to whip it in. Tyson. It's with Mete. Not putting so much effort into winning back possession. Castellanos. Giannis Constantelias. Determined defending. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. Fruitful looking attack. Dia. It might be on for them. And defensive play to be applauded. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Zivkovic. Promising move. Well, disappointing end to the move. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Now, options are plenty. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? And the flag has been raised here. Well, there can't have been a lot in that. Nicolo Rovella. 10 minutes left for play. A bit sloppy in possession. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. And play halted, free kick given. Oh, this looks useful. Oh, he looks threatening. Andrija Zivkovic. It's with Mete. Johnny. And so into the final 5 minutes. Well, they're certainly thinking about a winner. Boulaye Dia. And on to Marušić. Matteo Guendouzi. There will be 1 minute added on at the end. Well, play stopped. It is a free kick. And the whistle is sounded, and these two teams... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. My name's Derek Ray and delighted to have alongside me as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. It is PAOK, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
Well, let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. Yuri Berchiche starts with De Marcos in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Williams. Now the attack looks promising. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Well, the keeper had a lot of ground to cover. Splendid save. Short corner taken. De Marcos. Will it open up? Cutting the ball back. So deflection, and they can get ready for the corner kick routine. And played short. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Plenty of support here. Sanset. And the cross into the middle. Able to deal with the threat. Samata. It is to be a throw-in. Zivkovic. Good technique displayed. Mohamed Madi Camara. Constantelias. It's with Tyson. Chance to play it in. Will it happen for them? Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Offside the decision. Zivkovic. Now here's Johnny. Now they stopped them in their tracks. Now what can they do from here? Oh, surely. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. And swiftly ending that attack. Giannis Constantelias. Tyson. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Oh, great defending. Well, good effective pressure. Moving the ball forward, how creative can they be? And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Williams. Tyson. Samata on the ball. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Sanset. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Mohamed Madi Camara. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Williams. Constantelias. Samatta on the ball. He'll take it away. He won the ball. A chance to whip it in. This looks promising. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Growing pressure here, and another corner. Short corner favoured. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. Promising pass. DeMarcos. And a fine tackle. And there it is, the half-time whistle. So back underway here into the second half. Giannis Constantelias. Now here's Johnny. Tomasz Kenziora. Mohamed Madi Camara. It's with Mete. Giannis Constantelias. Tomasz Kenziora. Mete. Now here's Johnny. Oh, he's given the ball away. Tyson. Giannis Constantelias. Chance to put them in front. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Danny Vivian. Belchiche with it. And Unai Simon. Vivian. It's with Williams. Sunset. DeMarcos. Nico Williams. It's with Williams. Nicely saved. Taken short. Oh, this looks useful. Oh, marvellous defending to deny him. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Might be able to set up the chance. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Giving the ball away. 30 minutes left for play. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Well, a joy to watch. And quick thinking defensively. Nico Williams. Oh, the threat is there. Denied by the bar. Back in play here. Mete. Zivkovic. Now here's Johnny. And running it back. And giving them too much space on the flank. This could level it. And it is the equaliser. Parity now. And who's to say what's going to happen next? Constantelias. It's It's with Mete. Kenziora. Samata. Mohamed Madi Kamara. It's with Tyson. Abdul Rahman Baba. Here's Kamara. Giannis Constantelias. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. 15 minutes left for play. And the flag was up in good time. It's offside.
Well, he should have realised that was going to be offside. That's a poor decision to play that pass.
Mete. Now what can they do from here? Oh, totally committed. Danger not finished though. Terrific save. Failure to keep the ball by Athletic. On the offensive, is there to be late excitement? And there the move ends for now. DeMarcos. Excellent vision. And offside it is. Constantelias. Plenty of support here. Well, this corner could be pivotal. It might represent the last chance to get in front in the dying moments. Tyson cutting the ball back. Stopped a certain goal. Can he put them in front? He does! And with so little time left, that might be the winner. Wonderful drama. Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Well, sloppy in possession. Sunset. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. They get forward, but time is very much against them here. This could be the equaliser. And he gobbles up the second chance. Disappointment for the keeper. No.
Match day is upon us, fans are pouring into the stadium, anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary alongside Sue Smith. And hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. Sue, what are we going to get from this one?
Yeah, thanks as always, Guy. It's a pleasure to be here. Anticipating a good game today and an atmosphere to match. Certainly been buzzing in here ahead of kickoff. Hopefully we're not disappointed.
Camera. Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre-forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
This is the Spurs starting lineup. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays alongside Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of the park. And the main man in attack is Richarlison. An attack of genuine promise now. Oh, great work. What's next? Great chance here. It's 1-0. The first blow struck very early. Jed Spence. Porro. Kulusevski. And that was not a good effort, nor a good choice.
Oh, that's a poor attempt, that. He had other options. And you can see his teammates are frustrated with him for attempting that.
James Maddison. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. Spurs pushing forward with options available. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. And the forward progress continues with a good ball. Kulusevski. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Decent looking attack, this. And Buana Ali Samata. Pedro Porro. A promising looking attack from Spurs. Spurs recovering possession well. Bentancur. Richarlison. Takes the shot. Maddison. Bentancur. They could level it here. It's all getting a bit scrappy in the middle right now. They're getting into a good position. Chops inside now. Trying to carve out the angle. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. Well timed with the slide tackle. Had to be. Kulusevski. Živković. Plenty of space to attack now. And that's a shame for them, nothing doing. Pedro Porro. Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Can he finish? Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Madi Camara. Meite. Camera. Sualio Meite. Madi Camara. Meite. Camera. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Johnson. Bentancur. This could be dangerous. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. And that... It's a challenge that has to be his last of the match. And he'll have a go here. And the effort is stopped by the keeper, who's got it away. A corner for them now. And a good opportunity to get ahead in the game. Real opportunity. Oh, what a really good save that was. Looking to put the cross in. This for the lead. It's cleared. And they can breathe easier. Bentancur. And that's going to be it for the first 40. Off we go, the second half underway. Danso. Rodrigo Bentancur. Kevin Danso. James Maddison. Richarlison. Maddison. What a chance! And it's in! An incredible story here. The team that's a player down has the lead in the game. Živkovic. Johnny Castro Otto. Andrea Živkovic. Meite. Johnny. Živkovic. Sualio Meite. Madi Camara. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. Oh, the beautiful game very much on display. Well, they wouldn't let him get away that easily. Making good progress here. Put under real pressure there and it counted.
Well, the possession stats show Spurs haven't had much of the ball, but when they have had it, they've looked dangerous. They won't mind their opponents having the ball if they're not hurting them.
Well, the pattern continues here. Defence is key. Oh, it's a penalty. Just what they needed. A huge opportunity to level things. Up he steps to level things. Scores! The penalty efficiently put away. Danso. Ramiro. Spence. Bentancur. Porro. Kevin Danso. James Maddison. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Good work to regain possession. Camera. Živkovic. Johnny. He's in here. Oh, he saved it.
Well, he's denied a certain goal there. It's fantastic reflexes.
And they've gone with a short one. Decent looking attack this. And the keeper more than equal to it. Miscellaneous. Good work to recover possession. Got room to operate in here. Having to stay patient here. Really good pass. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger. Madison. Andrea Živkovic. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. To take the lead. It's in, and it's their game to lose from here. Madison. Spence. James Madison. Kevin Dancer. Bentoncourt. Brennan Johnson. Richarlison. Madison. A chance to get something going here. Živkovic. Great chance here. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop.
Well, that save just about kept them in this, but they do need to create chances of their own, don't they? And quickly, if they're going to get a result here.
Well, in possession, and looking to create something of their own now. Good defending to end a decent-looking attack. Živkovic. Still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Oh, he knew exactly what he was doing there. A calculated foul. Camera. Now, this might be promising. Lifted nicely, and it's there. A lovely, lovely way to score. Made a difficult finish look very, very easy. And that's the final whistle. A positive result.
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
A very warm welcome to you from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. My name's Guy Mowbray, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith for commentary, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. Sue, what are we going to get from this one?
Yeah, thanks as always, Guy. It's a pleasure to be here. Anticipating a good game today and an atmosphere to match. Certainly been buzzing in here ahead of kick-off. Hopefully we're not disappointed.
This is the Spurs starting lineup. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays alongside Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of the park. And the main man in attack is Richarlison. This is the lineup for the visitors.
They are lining up in a 4-3-3 system, and with this it naturally creates triangles all over the pitch, so it means lots of options for players. It does allow them to get forward and support the attacks as well.
Excellent work in goal there, well saved. They're not getting close enough here, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. It's no great surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What are we expecting to see from him today, Sue?
Well, he's just a natural goal scorer. Ice cold when he gets into a goal-scoring position.
The first blow of the day struck early. 1-0. It's 1-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Romagnoli. Nicolo Rovella. Guendouzi. Lazio Romagnoli. Dia. Matteo Guendouzi. Nuno Tavares. Spurs have the ball again. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. It didn't have to be much closer.
Yeah, that was really close. It's not a bad effort. If they get another one, I'm sure they'll finish it off.
Richarlison. Good ball in behind. Still trying to find the space. The effort shut out. Adam Marusic. Good idea. Nice possession. Can they get a chance to equalise? This to level it. Seem to have hit that really nicely, but just wide of the goal. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Moving the ball forward, what can they do with this? And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Matthias Akanji. There's good width to this attack now. This could be. It had to be. But the defending ensured it wasn't. A really good interception to take the ball. Really good pass. A chance to cross here. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Play on. The whistle goes for a free kick. And this could be really promising. Oh, he caught that beautifully, and it's been brilliantly saved. Well, still trailing, but maybe an opportunity from this set piece. And And able to come away with the ball. And the forward progress continues. There's a lot of room for Spurs now. Could be something on, but that's a really sharp bit of goalkeeping. He's in here, and the keeper could be in trouble. And a wonderful piece of goalkeeping.
Well, I just thought it was a goal. He's through 1v1, but the keeper does brilliant. Narrows the angle and shows great reactions to save that.
Now, this has to be. And that is a wonderful opportunity wasted.
Well, what a chance to equalise. He's just not clinical enough in front of goal.
Kulusevski. Lovely weighted pass. It's the upright. Cut back nicely. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted.
Now, listen to that. They're furious. They feel it was a clear-cut penalty.
Goes on past the defender. Dejan Kulusevski. Promising position, this. And that's going to be all for the first half at the Tottenham. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Guendouzi. Marušić. Matteo Guendouzi. Adam Marušić. Dia. Adam Marušić. Bit sloppy in possession. Nicely sets it up. And it's a decent stop by the goalkeeper. It's a corner and possibly the chance to go further in front. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Nicely played. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, isn't it? Just needs to hold on to it a little longer. Give him time to get back on side.
Oh, that's been won really smartly. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. They've given it away here. Spurs with acres of space to attack. Maddison. Zakanyi. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Porro. And unable to retain possession. Untidy in possession there. Nicely played through. He's in here. And it's a free kick. The chance comes their way from a really dangerous position. Oh, he caught that beautifully. And it's been brilliantly saved. They're behind, but a good corner could change that. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Well, it looked so promising, but it's come to nothing. Rovella. Zaccagni. That set up the chance. A decent try, not far away.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It was close, and if they keep working hard to create chances, I'm sure he'll put the next one away.
Johnson. There could be something building here for Spurs, but able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended.
Well, the visitors have dominated possession over the past 15 minutes. Surely if they keep control in the middle of the park, keep creating chances, that equaliser will definitely come.
This could be dangerous. Chance for the equaliser. And they've scored! Second best no longer. It's level again. Christian Romero. And it's back with Vicario. Rodrigo Bentancur. Maddison. Romero. Christian Romero. Richarlison. Rodrigo Bentancur. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. It could be a chance to win the game here. Can he finish? It's in! That gives them the lead. And well deserved, you have to say. Romero. Bentancur. Christian Romero. Porro. James Maddison. Romero. And a real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? The crowd urging him to shoot. What a chance! And an astonishing miss.
Well, you always hope for one more chance, and that was it. I'm not sure they're going to get another one now.
Marušić. Now this might be promising. A corner to come, and a goal here would probably seal it. They decide against putting it in. Oh, could be a chance here. And the assistant spotted a touch there, throw in. James Maddison. Richarlison. The ball's still alive here. What a chance! It's there! Time running out, and they've got the goal that draws them level. Nuno Tavares. Zaccagni. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? And that will do it. The full-time whistle.
The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
A very warm welcome to you from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Guy Mowbray here, and Sue Smith is here to commentate with me. And hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Tottenham Hotspur, and they play Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks, Guy. Well, I'm really looking forward to this one today. It'll be interesting to see how both teams line up. But what an atmosphere we have here. I absolutely can't wait.
This is the Spurs starting lineup. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays alongside Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of the park. And the main man in attack is Richarlison. Johnson. Real opportunity. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. This is the visitors' team for today.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
How to play, throw in to come. Sanchez. Chance for the lead. Seemed to have hit that really nicely, but just wide of the goal. James Maddison. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Sanchez. Could be a chance. Oh, wow. No right to score from there. It had to be perfect. Played back to Vicario. Bentancur. Jed Spence. Rodrigo Bentancur. Johnson. In the right position to cut out the pass. Williams. Sanchez. There's room to do something here. A chance to cross here. Genuine chance. Oh, it's easy. It's in. 2 to the good. That little bit of buffer. And it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. And it's back with Vicario. Christian Romero. Bentancur. Jed Spence. James Maddison. Richarlison. The ball taken away from them. That wasn't an easy one to keep in play. A lot of room for them here. Williams. And still danger here. Now it needs a good ball in. Richarlison. It's in! And this game isn't lost or won just yet. Played back to Unai Simon. Vivian. Possession really is all for them now. Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Sanchez. Nico Williams. Keeping it nicely here. But it was a build-up with no end product. Nicely played. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Sanchez. This is looking good. Now what comes next? And there's another one! Valuable breathing space for them now. Christian Romero. Dejan Kulusevski. Romero. Jed Spence. And they need to be better on the ball than that. Porro. Brennan Johnson. On he goes, terrific. And the ball is still alive. Maddison. Great defending.
Well, the crowd is certainly trying to help get their team back into this. They definitely need a goal here to gain a bit of confidence.
There it is. Dispatched well, much to the delight of the fans. With that, the first half comes to an end. As the second half kicks off, Spurs need to find a response. Romero. Dejan Kulusevski. Christian Romero. Spence. Richarlison. And possession given away. Ashishe. Real opportunity. And it looked as though the chance was on, but they've lost it. Could be dangerous. Here it is. It's there. And it's a goal. That's a real settler for them. 2 in front now. And played back to Vicario. Porro. And it's back with Vicario. Pedro Porro. Romero. Maddison. Rodrigo Bentancur. James Maddison. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. From a long way out. It's a miss, but it was a good try.
It was a good try. It's not a bad attempt, that, and you just feel if they can get a goal, they're right back into this game.
A little careless there as the ball changes hands. James Maddison. Romero. And that will go out for a Spurs corner. And they decide against playing it in. De Galarreta. Goes on past the defender. But that's where it ends, with the ball won this time. A move of real promise now. Can he finish? And that's been ruled as offside. Richarlison. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Now there could be a chance to counter. Oh, the flag's up. That will be offside. Moving forward under no real pressure. And not this time, it's been saved.
He's certainly looked lively, hasn't he? And you can see that he wants that second goal, but it's a good save from the keeper.
The ball taken away from them. Could be something on. Brilliant work by the man in goal. That's a top stop. Read the pass well and cuts it out. It looks the right ball. And it's there! He's put that one away very nicely indeed. Well, Spurs may still be behind, but this game feels very much like a contest again. Vivian. And it's back with Simon. Vivian. Williams. Pushing forward with options available now. Sanchez. Keeping it nicely here. Now, can he get the cross in? Already leading by one. Can they press home their advantage from this corner? What a chance! And the goalkeeper has made it his. And the keeper could be in trouble here. And the defender left behind. Promising ball. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. There's a chance for the breakaway here. Well, it looked so promising, but it's come to nothing. Real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? They found a way through. Could take things forward a notch here. And the flag has gone up to stop them here, and rightly so. Brennan Johnson. Maddison. Play on is the referee's call. They're being afforded too much space here. And into the box it goes. And there's the hat-trick. He'll be taking the match ball home. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Switched on and ready to intercept there. And the final whistle. Wrap.
Football has the power to enthrall, to captivate, and this occasion appears irresistible. Two magnificent sides intent upon impressing the wider world with a display of technical...
Well, hello to you and welcome to another exciting game brought to you by EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by the former England striker Sue Smith for commentary, and we should have a cracking contest here. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
This is how the hosts line up.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays, as it does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
This is the lineup for the visitors.
Well, it's very similar, isn't it? It's so important that the number 9 isn't left isolated. Both teams are going to have to make sure that they get players in and around them when they get forward.
A crowd urging him to shoot. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Buana Ali Samata. Promising position, this. Madi Camara. That's not a bad-looking ball. Meite. Tavares. And they've got it back now. And the forward progress continues. And it's on now. Crucial defending. Good idea. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. And he'll take this on. Oh, yes! As clean a strike as you'll ever see. What a goal! Camera. Meite. Some good work to win it there. Camera. Meite. Passing and the movement is good here. Ball, this could lead to something. Yet to find a way to goal. This to level it. Oh, he's lost the ball and any chance has gone. Oh, excellent vision. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Further in front. What a position to be in. Johnny Castroalta. Andrija Živković. Johnny. Kedziora. Johnny Castroalta. Thomas Kedziora. Meite. Johnny. Madi Camara. Sualio Meite. Camara. move of real promise developing. Players waiting in the centre. Meite. Živkovic. Real opportunity. It's there. Hope restored. They're back in this game. Guendouzi. Marušić. Well, not long to go until the break now, and the hosts are edging this first half.
Well, they've been able to dictate the play for large parts of this half, and some really good combination play in that final third. They do have to be careful, though, not to switch off defensively.
Mattia Zaccagni. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. And on that whistle, the first half comes to an end. And the game restarts. Guendouzi. Adam Marušić. Matteo Guendouzi. Nicolo Rovella. Guendouzi. Marušić. Dia. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Camera. Beautifully weighted ball. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Work pays off as they get the ball back. And he's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's played pretty well, to be fair. He's looked confident and assured on the ball. Going to need to see an improvement elsewhere on the pitch, though, if they're going to turn this around.
Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Totally outplayed, but they've turned this match completely on its head. Romagnoli. Nicolo Rovella. Nuno Tavares. Alessio Romagnoli. Matteo Guendouzi. Rovella. Nuno Tavares. Romagnoli. Keeping it nicely here. But it was a build-up with no end product. Gets past really nicely. And that's 2 for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. Meite. Kedzora. Sualio Meite. Johnny Castrootto. Thomas Kedzora. Sualio Meite. Madi Camara. Forward progress continues. Good work to regain possession. A good advantage played by the ref. Good work to recover possession. Madi Camara. Guana Ali Samata. And this could be. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. Živkovic. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Good pressure this high up the pitch. Well, still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Now to deliver a good ball in. Good work to win the ball and stop something happening. Živkovic. Madi Camara. This is a positive-looking move. Camara. Different angle of attack. And that's where it ends. Matteo Guendouzi. Matthias Akanji. Plenty of space to attack now. A chance to cross here. That's a lovely cut inside. Having a try. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. So that will do it. A disappointing result whichever way you slice it.
There have been days of eager anticipation prior to this massive clash, but now we need talk about it no more, and instead focus on the here and now. A match that has the capacity to delight and dazzle, no matter who you support. Stay tuned, all the action coming up next.
Thank you for joining us here at the San Mamés in the fiercely proud city of Bilbao. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And with the atmosphere building up nicely, what a match this promises to be. Your thoughts on this game then, Sue?
Thanks, Guy. Well, I can't wait for this one. Both sets of fans are certainly up for it. I'm sure that that'll give the players a real boost. They'll be hoping to start the game at a fast tempo.
First kick of the ball, and we're away. Here's how the home side lines up.
Yeah, it's a 4-5-1, but it will morph into a 4-2-3-1. The single centre forward will be supported by the number 10, and you'd expect them to rotate and swap positions just to try and drag defenders out. The wide midfielders, they'll offer a threat in behind.
This is the lineup for the visitors.
Yeah, it's the same formation, and I'd expect both teams to commit players forward. So the two holding midfielders, they're going to be key from a defensive perspective.
Players waiting in the centre. Well read, just as it was looking promising. And it's nicely stopped and held by the keeper. Williams. Bit of a squeeze on here. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. And the defender left behind. He's in here. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. So it's 1-0 as the game restarts. Vivian. De Galarreta. Vivian. Williams. De Galarreta. A chance to get something going here. Meshiche pulls it back. And it's there! The lead didn't last long. They're back level already. Thomas Kajora. Johnny. Sualio Meite. Johnny Castrootto. Zivkovic. Camera. Madi Camera. Williams. DeMarcos. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Meite. Oh, nice vision in that pass. And the substitute has made the difference here. On to give them the lead. Vivian. Yuri Peshice. Vivian. Williams. DeMarcos. De Galarreta. Williams. This is a lovely spell on the ball, but it was a build-up with no end product. Johnny Castrootto. Zivkovic. A chance to deliver into the box. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Williams. Sanchez. Meshiche. Possession given away. Samata. Meite. An attack of genuine promise now. It's a challenge that's brought a whistle and a free kick. It's a decent try. but it stayed in those safe hands. Sanchez. Real opportunity. And it's a goal, or is it? That must have been close.
Oh, that's really close. He's only just offside, Guy. He needs to keep getting himself into those goal-scoring positions, though.
Moving the ball well here, looking to extend the lead. The chance to cross here. Nico Williams. Really good pass. Williams. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Could take things forward a notch here. Johnny. What a chance! Now to deliver a good ball in. Great defending. Not a lot of time for him. Samata. And that brings the first. And there's the restart. Off we go again. De Galarreta. Di Marcos. Vivian. Williams. Williams. Sanchez. Nico Williams. And it's on now. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Madi Camara. Meite. Johnny Castro-Otto. Madi Camara. Sualio Meite. Johnny. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Williams. Could be something happening for them now. On he goes, terrific. Can he finish? They've got another, and he's got another. 2 for the game. Sualio Meite. Thomas Kajora. Camara. Meite. Passing and the movement is good here. Well, it was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing. Williams. Weighted beautifully, but the man in goal wins the race to the ball. Juana Ali Samata. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. Samata. Lovely weighted pass. He's in here. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising looking attack. Both teams guilty of being careless in possession. Good effort to stop the ball going out. Samata. Great chance here. Great save, that's what he's there for.
I just don't think he can believe that that's not got in, but he's met his match with the keeper. His superb reactions kept that one out.
Counter-attack coming, away they go. Working hard to win it back there. Yuri Beshice. A move of real promise now. Looking to put the cross in. This could be threatening. Well read to gain possession. There's a chance for them to go now. Beautifully weighted ball. Could be, and there it is. They lead by 2 now, and they can breathe that little bit more easily. Camera. Walio Meite. Madi Camera. Forward progress continues, and able to come away with the ball. Williams. Full time is looming. What do we make of this scoreline? Feels like a fair reflection to me.
Yeah, they've been the better side and thoroughly deserve to win. The way they keep the ball is great to watch, and some of the chances they create.
Real opportunity, and a shot thwarted. Corner taken short. The penalty area. Oh, ho, ho! That has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. And the game comes to an end.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
Hello and thanks for joining us live here on EA TV. My name's Guy Mowbray, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith for commentary. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Benfica facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Here's today's Aston Villa team. Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. Boubacar Kamara plays alongside Yuri Tielemans in the centre of midfield, and they go with just one in attack. A really good interception to take the ball. Kirkju. That set up the chance. To put them ahead. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. So it's 1-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Tielemans. Mings. Now Tielemans. Boubacar Kamara. Tyrone Mings. Kamara. Asensio. On to Tielemans. They're just looking now for that final pass through. Matty Cash. Ollie Watkins. Have a go here. And he's done really well to keep that out. Di Maria. A little sloppy on the ball there. Luka Dean. On to Tielemans. Matty Cash. They need to be better on the ball than that. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Promising position this. The ball is lost and the chance has gone too. Matty Cash. Marco Asensio. Ball taken away from them. Vangelis Pavlidis. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. And superb technique to get past his man. And this could be amazing. Had to score but didn't. Matty Cash. Work pays off as they get the ball back. It's a corner and possibly the chance to go further in front. And it's a short one. Decent progress here. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. yes please. There aren't many who'd even try that. Good ball in behind. Well, it looked good, but the defending was even better. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Asensio. And they've got it back now. Approaching half-time now, and the hosts hold sway. Is it a deserved lead?
Well, they've been impressive going forward. They've created some good chances too, but they've just got to make sure that they're going to keep it tight at the back.
Players waiting in the centre. Oh, very frustrating. You have to clear the first defender. Having to stay patient here, and a great stop to turn the ball away. Actor Kurlu. Kirkju. Di Maria now. Orkun Kirkju. Oh, could be a chance here. Real opportunity. Oh, I don't believe it. A sensational challenge. Clearance finding the touchline. Throw in to come. Frederick Arsnes. Nicely sets it up. What a chance! Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. And that brings to an end the first half. And so the second half kicks off. Matty Cash. Boubacar Kamara. Marco Asensio. Kamara. Asensio. Boubacar Kamara. And able to come away with the ball. Orkun Kirkju. And unable to retain possession. Jacob Ramsey. To the good, that little bit of buffer, and it's just a matter of keeping concentration now. Konsa. Matty Cash. Kamara. Ezri Konsa. Now Tielemans. Marco Asensio. On to Tielemans. Asensio. Just waiting for the moment to break through. This to get back into it. It's in! And this game isn't lost or won just yet. Arsnes. Kirkju. Frederick Arsnes. Orkun Kirkju. Florentino. Vangelis Pavlidis. Promising looking attack this, and the promise of something happening is over. Matty Cash. Could be dangerous, but it was being tracked all the way. Di Maria. Arsenal. Genuine chance. Another goal. And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Ezri Konsa. Mings. Konsa. Tyrone Mings. Kamara. Matty Cash. Boubacar Kamara. Tyrone Mings. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Arsenal. Quick into the tackle, and the result is a throw. Vangelis Pavlidis. Untidy in possession there. Pavlidis. Great chance here. And there's his second of the match, leading the way for the team. And the game restarts with the score now 4-1. Mings. Lukadim. Ezri Konsa. Tielemans. Boubacar Kamara. Marco Asensio. On to Tielemans. Matty Cash. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Now there could be a chance to counter. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. And the forward progress continues. Boubacar Kamara. Asensio. Tielemans. Ollie Watkins. Working hard to win it back there. Lovely ball, could be a chance. But no, just offside.
Well, I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
It's on for the shot! That's not a bad save at all. Delivered into the box, and the corner comes to nothing. And that'll do it, full time, and the whistle greeted.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and I'm joined for commentary by the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Benfica, and they face PSV.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
The initial 11 today for the hosts.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, it's great to see both teams using wingers. It's now just a case of which team uses them best and which pair get the better crosses into the box. It should be a good watch.
Luc de Jong. Lang. And options in the centre. Teammate available. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Di Maria. Now look at this. They might be able to cash in here. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, he's been playing at such a high level for so many years, Angel Di Maria. In your opinion, Stuart, what might we see from him today?
Well, he's the creative spark for this team. He can drift past defenders, he can pick a pass, and he's got that pace off the mark. And I'm sure we're going to see that again today.
Could play it in. Very quick thinking there. Di Maria. Coach interception to snuff out the danger. Plenty of support here. And defensive play to be applauded.
That's a great save from that sort of range. Really good reflexes.
It's a neat move. A textbook interception. And they continue to advance. And a lot of options here. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Di Maria. Oh, nice ball over the top to chase. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, he's certainly not alone. Lang. Well, on you go, says the referee. Advantage. Well, we can see what they're attempting, but it's just not coming off. Very good refereeing to let the play flow. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Trying to open up the defence. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Offside.
Well, he doesn't need to make his movement quite so quickly there. Just let the ball be played into the space.
Olivier Boscagli. Looking for that final pass. Looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Perisic. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Pavlidis. Di Maria now. The tackle taken away. Lang. Playing it back. Under real pressure here. Has eyes for goal. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. Short corner favoured. This looks promising. Lang. What a vital intervention. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Kukçu. Can they make one of these passes count? And snuffed out the danger immediately. He's in behind. And there it is, 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. That is that for the first half. So back underway here into the second half. Walter Benitez. Olivier Boscagli. Perisic with the ball. Timing was perfect, ball one. He doesn't have to do it on his own. What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. In a decent position now. Di Maria. Now he must favour the cross. Oh, big opportunity! And hitting it from close range, but the woodwork in the way.
Well, from that sort of distance, he has to score there.
Pressing like that will help the cause. Antonio Silva. Takes on the shot! Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Lang. How about the cross? Well, far from the ideal pass. Might work out. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position, only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders, but on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
Oh, he's through here. And a goal. It was served up on a silver platter for him. Walter Benitez. Boscagli in possession. Mauro Junior. Olivier Boscagli. Joey Fairman. Noah Lang. Lang. And they're eyeing that final pass, you just feel. And pulled back. No nonsense clearance. Pavlidis. Oh, the threat is there. Nice weight on the pass. Well, it was easy on the eye, but the interception was made. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Aursnes. That's a good pass. In it goes to reduce the deficit. Still very much alive and kicking. Aursnes. On the ball, Florentino. Fredrik Aursnes. Well, when you're leading, you can afford to be pass happy. Di Maria. Aursnes. Kukçu. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Aursnes. Ball back with PSV now. Mauro Junior. Well, do they have a goal in the future? They're giving it a go. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising.
Well, just listen to this atmosphere. It's been such a tight game, but the fans are certainly doing their bit in trying to get them over the finish line.
Joey Fairman. De Jong. Lang. And the ruling is offside here. Fredrik Aursnes. Di Maria. Aursnes. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. And we've entered the final 5 minutes. And offside it is. Fredrik Aursnes. Angel Di Maria has lost the ball. Late in the game here, and they know what they've got to do. A foul, but advantage played. And now can he keep calm? Oh, a goal! That levels it in the closing phase of this game. Florentino. Otamendi has it. Aursnes. Kukçu. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Well, forward they go again. Can they win this? And there's the whistle. All even at the... A foul, but advantage played. A foul, but advantage played. And now can he keep calm? Oh, a goal! That levels it in the close. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello to you, wherever you happen to be. Our action comes to you today from Villa Park. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by my partner Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Aston Villa up against Benfica.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And here's the starting 11 for Aston Villa. Ezri Konsa starts alongside Tyrone Mings in central defence. Boubacar Kamara starts with Yuri Tielemans in the centre of midfield. And leading the line today is Ollie Watkins. Promising position here for Di Maria. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, on paper, they look a very balanced team. The three advanced midfielders must at times make runs beyond the centre forward. Otherwise, they might just lack a bit of penetration.
And just blotting out the danger. Cookju. Oh, genuine chance. Morgan Rogers. And Cash with it. Ollie Watkins. Asensio. And back to Asensio. On to Rogers. Asensio. Is it going to be? It's a magical save it was. Now, how about the short corner? Strong tackle. Oh, surely! Brilliantly blocked. And space to exploit, maybe. Can he put them in front? But it was a wonderful chance. But the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Will he find the net? And there it is! 1-0. Have been rewarded, and look at the celebrations. Cash. And here is Mings. Here's Tielemans. Boubacar Kamara. It's with Kamara. Here's Tielemans. Cash. And can they make one of these passes count? Tielemans. Has a go! Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend. And coolly done despite the mounting pressure. Fredrik Aursnes. He could pick out a teammate. Pulls it back. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Marco Asensio. Here's Tielemans. Jacob Ramsey. Return to Dean. Asensio. This could be the equaliser. And it's in! All square again. What a match this is turning out to be. Fredrik Aursnes. Otamendi has it. Antonio Silva. Cookju. Silva. Otamendi. On the ball, Florentino. Aursnes. Must take the lead here. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Kukçu. Can he finish? And a goal! To re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. And does well to keep it in play. Tielemans. Ezri Konsa. Tyrone Mings. Boubacar Kamara. Now with Rodgers. Tielemans. Here is Marco Asensio. Aktür Kolu. Kukçu. Well, there we have it. That's going to be all for the... So back underway here into the second half. Antonio Silva. Aursnes. Silva. Kukçu. Fredrik Aursnes. And options in the centre. Real chance. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Keen to take it short here. Targets available, cross comes in. And he clears the danger. There's the chance they could get caught out on the break here. And the counter-attack came to nothing. Pavlidis. Di Maria now. And in a perfect position to cut it out. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? Boubacar Kamara. Rodgers. And Cash with it. Cash. Will he play it in?
Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Must score! Oh, not to be! Stopping a certain goal. Tielemans. Ramsey. Here is Digne.
Fredrik Aursnes.
Villa recovering possession well. Can he find the right pass?
Matty Cash.
Ollie Watkins. Villa unable to retain possession. Could be a chance to break here. Morgan Rodgers. Needs an accurate cross. Okay, they passed up what was a golden chance.
Well, that's a big opportunity wasted. I'm not sure how he hasn't scored there.
Just 20 minutes remaining now. Given away by Benfica. And a simple clearance, a good one. Di Maria. Kukçu. Not that they look as though they want to make this move count. Well, disappointing end to the move.
Well, what a dramatic finish we could have here. These Villa fans are ramping up the atmosphere now.
And that's for what will be a Benfica throw. He could pick out a teammate. Di Maria. The inside route looking promising. It's a neat move. Kukçu. Very quick thinking there. 10 minutes to go then. And forward they go, chasing the game. Trying his luck. Oh, goalkeeping to push that away. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. On the ball, Florentino. Kukçu. Di Maria now. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. A very good tackle.
Well, this game's far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that noise.
Determined defending. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute.
So full time it is, and a morale boosting 3 points on the board. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's PSV up against Benfica.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And the starting 11 for PSV.
Well, it's a back four, a narrow midfield three and a very disconnected front three. But if the midfield players give good support to the central striker, this 4-3-3 system could work really well today.
And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, they're going to play with two wingers here, but I'm just a little bit worried that the centre forward could become isolated. Therefore, the midfield players need to get forward as much as possible in this 4-3-3 shape.
Oh, this is looking promising, but no damage done. That's the main thing. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Intelligent threaded pass here. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Aktürkoğlu. Luke de Jong. Perisic with the ball. And angling it back. And a very good challenge. Throw in for PSV. Ivan Perisic. He read the situation defensively and did his job. De Jong. Might go ahead. And a goal! Now they have their opener. And now they can celebrate. Florentino. Kupcu. On the ball, Florentino. Aursnes. Florentino. Antonio Silva. On the ball, Florentino. Silva. Di Maria now. Keeping the ball moving. But then the one that goes astray. Kupcu. This could square the game. PSV have given it away. Di Maria likes to get on the ball. And he has teammates to pass it to. A goal! Real excitement. A back and forth type of game. Now they're level. Walter Benitez. Boscagli in possession. Joey Fairman. Fairman. Perisic with the ball. Good tackle. Fredrik Aursnes. Silva. Evangelos Pavlidis. The keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Luke de Jong. Now options are plenty. Perisic. That was caught for power. So close to finding the net. Pavlidis.
They have possession again. Well, play stopped. It is a free kick. And having a go! Not the worst free kick in the world, but the goalkeeper equal to it. Di Maria. And space to exploit, maybe. And space available inside. Mauro Junior. Veerman. Lang. How about the cross? And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Di Maria. Aursnes. Just cutting off the supply. Good idea. Can they cover up? In it goes! At the second time of asking, and the keeper feels hung out to dry. Florentino. Kupchu. On the ball, Florentino. And with that... Well, as they get the ball running again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Florentino. Silva. On the ball, Florentino. Kupchu. Aursnes. Di Maria now. Fredrik Aursnes. Pavlidis. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Lang. And Perisic takes it forward. He has teammates he can play it to. Effective challenge. That's a good-looking ball. And it goes! Delighted to be two in front. Things look good for them now. Otamendi. Kupchu. On the ball, Florentino. Otamendi has it. Florentino. Antonio Silva. Well, this could really help the cause. Kupchu. Well, they're eyeing that final pass, you just feel. Could get themselves back into it. Huge block. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Chance to play it in. Opportunity. Oh, it's a goal! And certainly a deflection off the defender into the back of the net. Olivier Boscagli. So to the keeper. Mauro Junior. Boscagli in possession. Noah Lang. A very good tackle. Lang. Really good build-up, but no end product. Space on the flank. And let's give credit to the defending.
Luke de Jong. Is it going to be? Still could be dangerous. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellence in finishing, there for all to see. Florentino. Cook. On the ball, Florentino. Otamendi. Florentino. Otamendi has it. Silva. Di Maria on the offensive. Spot on with that tackle. Joey Fairman. Ledesma. Perisic with the ball. And possession lost by PSV. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Luke de Jong. Pavlidis. Could be troublesome. Ledesma. And threading it through. There it is! Victory more or less guaranteed now. Antonio Silva. On the ball, Florentino. Cook. Fredrik Aursnes. Silva. Otamendi has it. Silva. Aktürkoğlu. And there to intervene. Ledesma. Olivier Boscagli. Well, you might say it's the ideal way to see out a game when you can pass like this. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Ledesma. So full time it is.
football going head-to-head today. The stadium is full and everyone is excited and ready for this one. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming up.
A warm welcome from Bavaria in the shadow of the Alps. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And we've got Bundesliga action for you here. It's Bayern Munich and they face Bayer Leverkusen.
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them the final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Joshua Kimmich starts alongside Leon Goretzka in central midfield. And the main striker is Harry Kane. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. Here's how Bayer Leverkusen line up. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmund Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah as the centre-backs. And leading the attack is Patrick Schick. Stop. That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Jeremy Frimpong. Wirtz. A little sloppy on the ball there. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. He'll try his look. And it's an early lead. A terrific start. Goretzka. Now Dyer. Leon Goretzka. Kim. Now Kimmich. Eric Dyer. Kim Min-jae. Now with Kimmich. Dyer. Now Goretzka. Kimmich. Kane. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. The ball's still alive here. That has stopped any potential danger. Harry Kane. Kimmich. One to see off the threat. Played through nicely. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Good vision. In the right position to cut out the pass. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Opens up. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. They're level at 1-1 and off they go. Tapsoba. Ikatia. Alex Garcia. Played to Xhaka. Tapsoba. Garcia. Granit Xhaka. Wirtz. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. To take the lead. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Elise. Real opportunity. Brilliant. Great save.
Stop, was it, from the keeper? He doesn't have much time to react. That's a top save.
Goretzka. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Kane. And it's on now. It's got to be. Oh, wonderful stop from the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
Goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop.
Just take a look at the stats. They'll certainly be happy with the build-up
Oh,
play.
what an opportunity this is. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Wirtz. What a chance. And the shot thwarted. Score still level, but maybe a chance for Bayern to go in front from the corner. Weimer. Goretzka. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Granit Xhaka. Trying to carve out the angle. That's a nice cutback. The job not done yet. Can he finish? As it goes, corner coming. Here it comes. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. And that whistle brings the first. And away we go then for the second half. Michael Olise. Now Dyer. Jamal Musiala. Kimmich. Goretzka. Musiala. Now Kimmich. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Chip. Now it needs a good ball in. Having a look. Still a chance off the keeper. He read that well, stopping any danger.
Well, he sense it's just a matter of time before they do score here. Certainly piling the pressure on now. Really should be ahead.
Michael Olise. Musiala. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Grimaldo. Careless there as the ball changes hands. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Well, sometimes you just need a bit of quality to get yourself back into a game, and he produced that. I do feel that they need to step up in the second half if they're going to go on and win this, though.
Garcia. A good advantage played by the ref. Pulls it back. Still not clear. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? Real opportunity. Oh, great block. Musiala. Counter-attack coming, away they go. That has stopped any potential danger.
Well, Leverkusen have had more of the ball in the past 15 minutes, and they're starting to create plenty of chances too. You sense it's inevitable that the goal will come. It's certainly no less than they deserve.
Well, the boot could be on the other foot for a change now. Kane. It's not clear yet. And it's in to put them in front. And we're back underway at 2-1 now. Xhaka. Jonathan Tah. Ronaldo. Tah. Tapsoba. Played to Xhaka. Frimpong. Jeremy Frimpong. Wirtz. Be a throw-in now. Frimpong. Now to deliver a good ball in. Wirtz. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Dangerous. Ball taken away from them. Wirtz. Adli getting into a good position. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession.
Well, just listen to the noise in here. The fans certainly recognise the
big chance this. Another goal, and one that surely will seal the win. Edmund Tapsoba. Piero Incapia. Tapsoba. Alex Garcia. Schick. Possession given away. Line. Got room to operate in here. Can he finish? It's in. Now have they got the belief and the time to get another? Kimmich. Time is on their side, and the score is in their favour. Goretzka. Now with Kimmich. Tane. Goretzka. Tane. Musiala. Rafael Guerreiro. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. And there is the final.
this is the kind of match every football fan looks for. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And we have live action from the Bundesliga coming right up. It is Bayern Munich, and they take on RB Leipzig.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And here's how Bayern will line up. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. We keep plugging away. A wonderful intervention. And let's have a look at the starting 11 for Leipzig.
Well, in this shape, their two holding midfield players will be key today. If they can get on the ball and dictate the play, protect the two centre-backs, it will then allow the attacking players to show their creative quality.
Caught by the keeper. Kimmich. And passing it through. Knocked away by the keeper. Šeško. David Raum. Simons. Nicolas Seiwald. Just knocking it around, looking to carve out a chance. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Leroy Sané. Musiala. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Can't miss, surely. And there it is, 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. Orban. Geertruida with it. Lukeba. On to Orban. Xavi Simons. Simons. That's useful play. And teammates to play it to. Can he finish this? Oh, body in the way, crucially. And Bayern Munich now in potentially a dangerous position. He put it in. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Now in a more than decent position. Benjamin Šeško. Baku. Will he play it in? It's a neat move. This could spur the game. But the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really, he should have taken that. But let's give credit to the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
Kimmich. Nicely timed tackle. Good move in the making from Leipzig. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Joshua Kimmich. Possibilities. Now a decent position. Can he put it away? In it goes! He's made it a brace for himself. No stopping him apparently. Lukeba. Zaivoud. Gertruida. Xavi Simons. Ikoma Luis Openda. Simons. Lukeba. Openda. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. A chance for him to get in behind, maybe. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Decisive pass. Terrific piece of anticipation. Joshua Kimmich. Now Harry Kane. Michael Olise. Now Bayern with acres of space out wide. Sané. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Opportunity. And did just enough defensively. The first half here. And back underway. There can be no denying it. A big gulf between the sides in the first half. Will we see a response from Leipzig in the second? Lukeba. On to Orban. Simons. David Raum. Xavi Simons. Zaivoud. Well, that's a tall order as they try to pull one back, but the passing game might help. And he takes it on. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. And Bayern moving the ball with purpose. Well, that's really sound goalkeeping. And a goal! Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that. Guretti. Now with Orban. Lukeba. Nicolas Zaivoud. On to Orban. Openda. Baku. Simons. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Goretzka. It's with Guerrero. Could be troublesome. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Kane. An hour remaining. Sheshko. That's a good pass. And read the danger magnificently.
Well, if he gets this wrong, a penalty and a sending off, but he was spot on with his challenge.
Would have been a foul, but instead, advantage Bayern. Couldn't hang on to it. Sané. Sheshko. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Sané. And he thwarted the attack with a masterful tackle. Benjamin Sheshko. Really good build-up, but no end product. Michael Olise. There was the chance they could get caught out on the break here. Well, an example of a counter-attack that went nowhere. Simons. Well, Goal kick, just as it was looking promising. Kane. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Wonderful chance. A goal! An exceptional performance this. 4 to the good now.
Deba. Nicolas Zaibal. Now with Orban. Zaibal. And we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Openda. Xavi Simons. And now it's Ridlet Baku. Oh, moving it nicely. Very quick thinking there. Joshua Kimmich. Decent position. He'll have a go here. Oh, superb technique, but off the frame of the goal.
Well, it was a great effort. It takes a lot of skill to control the volley like that. It really is unlucky.
And danger averted. Well read.
Over it comes. Not the result from the set piece they were looking for. Counter-attacking chance. He might be through here. The net is staring him in the face. In it goes. But wait a minute, that will not count.
Well, that was tight, but he was just offside. It was a good finish, though.
And unable to keep possession. Kane. Simons. That's useful play. But really sticking to the task defensively. And that one has promise. There's the chip. Well, there's something really eye-catching about a well-executed chip. A bit unlucky there.
Well, it's an audacious effort, but he doesn't quite get it right, does he?
Still alive. Couldn't take advantage of the opportunity. And there goes the final whistle. No points, but...
Two great sides going head-to-head in what's sure to be an exciting fixture. Join us for all the action coming up next.
Hello to you, a very warm welcome from Leverkusen's Bayern. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. We've got a Bundesliga game for you on the way. It's Bayer Leverkusen, and they take on Bayern Munich.
Cheers, Guy. I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
Here's how Bayer Leverkusen line up. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmund Tapsoba in the centre of defence. And leading the attack is Patrick Schick. This is today's Bayern Munich starting lineup. Manuel Neuer is in goal. Leon Goretzka starts alongside Joshua Kimmich in central midfield. And the main striker is Harry Kane. The ball forward. What can they do with this? Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Kane. Arne. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Leon Goretzka. Really well to keep that out. Grimaldo. Wirtz. Well, it's no surprise to see who we've focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Yeah, it's his ability on the ball for me. I know it's a cliche, but it's almost as if he's got it on a string at times. He's just able to manipulate it so well, work within those tight spaces, and then can pick out the right pass or get his shot off. I'm really looking forward to watching him today.
Not so much given away as cleverly won. Garcia. Adli. This is a lovely spell on the ball. Well, nothing to get excited about at the end of it. Arne, great chance here. Well, you can see his disappointment there. Alex Garcia. Wirtz. Xhaka. Schick. Adli. Garcia. Read the pass well and cuts it out. He's offside here. Ronaldo. And they've got it back now. Harry Kane. They found a way through. And that's a really alert bit of goalkeeping. Bayern regaining possession. Musiala. A chance yet to appear. Decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. Getting close enough here. And the promise of something happening is over. forward-thinking pass. Genuine chance. Oh, he really should be putting that one into the net.
They should be 1-0 up here. He'll be disappointed he couldn't finish that, but it can't affect him for the rest of the game.
Bayern Munich have the ball again. Musiala. He's in here. Clean through, but he's missed the target.
Well, he's got to be clinical there, guys. It's a great opportunity to score.
Musiala. Now Kimmich. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Pushing forward with options available now. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Kane. Nicely sets it up. Oh, a great chance. It's in. 1-0. And that could change the shape of the game. Alex Garcia. Frimpong. And that's going to be all for the first half here. So the second half kicks off. Xhaka. Frimpong. Adli. Alex Garcia. Take things forward a notch here. And the keeper more than equal to it. Jamal Musiala. Rafael Guerreiro. Now Goretzka. There could be something building for Bayern here. Could turn out to be a really good ball. What a chance! Has flown into the net. What a strike! A superb volley. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. That has stopped any potential danger. Olise. Kane. Kane! It's in! And of course it's in! It's a masterclass in finishing to complete his hat-trick. Alex Garcia. Ronaldo. Played to Xhaka. Granit Xhaka. Alex Garcia. Jeremy Frimpong. Adli. Bayern come away with it. Wirtz. Better on the ball than that. Chance now for a quick transition. Nicely played, but not the end result that was hoped for. And the goalkeeper has made it his. Ronaldo. Now, this might be promising. Good work to beat the challenge. Kept out, but for how long? It was looking good, but there it's ended.
As the stats show, you just wonder how many this could be, because the way that they go forward, it's great to watch. So much creativity, and the defence just can't cope with them. Surely the manager will make a change soon.
Dyer. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Decent looking attack, this. Oh, it's a goal! And it was really nicely finished. Goretzka. And then with Kimmich. Leon Goretzka. Kimmich. Jamal Musiala.
Well, that certainly tells you what the crowd think of the performance today. They've been far too passive and not at their best.
Eric Dyer. Now Goretzka. Hey! If there were any doubts, there surely aren't any now. A truly dominant display. Top. Played to Xhaka. Tapsoba. Adli. Garcia. And the whistle goes. Free kick awarded. Well, full time is approaching, and the crowd will almost certainly make their feelings clear about this when the whistle goes.
It's been a really poor performance, this guy. I bet the manager can't...
Great save, that's what he's there for.
I just don't think he can believe that that's not got in, but he's met his match with the keeper. His superb reactions kept that one out.
Counter-attack coming, away they go. Well, it was a real chance, but it's gone now. He's in here. And they've scored again. It's become a question of just how many they'll get. Verts. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Well, that brings the match to a...
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and the fans are pouring into the stadium. The tension palpable. It's Leipzig. They face Bayern. And it's great to be with you from Leipzig for the visit of Bayern Munich. And make no mistake, this has become a really important fixture on the German football calendar. My name is Derek Ray. With me here on the commentary position in Leipzig is Stuart Robson. And Stuart, I know we're both thrilled to be here today.
Well, we certainly are. And if Leipzig play at their very best, close the ball down and stop Bayern playing their football, I think this could be a really intriguing contest. I think Leipzig have got a good chance of winning here.
Now let's have a look at the starting 11 for Leipzig.
Well, on paper it looks a rigid 4-4-2, but watch out for the rotation of the wide players and the forward runs from the central midfield players. They could be a handful today.
And options in the centre. Dangerous looking attack. It's an important piece of defending. Fancy a short one. Connecting to shoot. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Well, here is the Bayern side. Manuel Neuer begins in goal. Joshua Kimmich plays with Leon Goretzka in the centre of midfield. And the focal point in attack today, Harry Kane. Goretzka. It's with Guerrero. Nicely timed tackle. And defensive play to be applauded. Xavi Simons. To cross it. Oh, magnificent save!
Well, he's just pulled off a great save there. What reaction from the goalkeeper that was.
Credit due, a good intervention. Leroy Sané. Guerrero. Now Kimmich. Opportunity to go ahead. A vital piece of last-ditch defending. Nice weight on the pass. He's just got to continue his run. And that's a very good pass. Michael Olise. Sané. Now with Kimmich. Decent position. Pivotal moment defensively. Šeško. Promising move this from Bayern. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Xavi Simons. Plenty of support here. Time tackle when it really mattered. Great vision from Harry Kane. And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Oh, in with a chance. Nicolas Seiwald. Passing it through. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Harry Kane. Could be dangerous. Openda. Leipzig being afforded too much space. Hand on that one. Joshua Kimmich. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Olise. Going well. Joshua Kimmich. Well read to ease the pressure. Sané. Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. Šeško. The right place to cut out the pass. Kimmich. Now Harry Kane. Goretzka. It's with Guerrero. Well, the referee... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Leon Goretzka. And Kimmich. Goretzka. Kimmich. Konrad Leimer. Now with Kimmich. Michael Olise. Kimmich. On to Goretzka. Sané. Kane. And quick thinking defensively. Could be threatening. He's in position. A lovely chip, and it had a chance.
Well, it's a really good effort, but he just can't get it underneath the crossbar.
Musiala. Sané has it. Bayern have lost possession here. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. Keen to take it short here. Kimmich. And back for Sané. Now with Kimmich. Very quick thinking there. Simons. Ikoma Luis Openda. Beautifully weighted ball. But no, just offside.
Well, it was close and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
Promising sequence. Zybak. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Jamal Musiala. Could be a chance to break here. Cross from Sané. Oh, a moment of pure class! Had to catch it perfectly, and didn't he just? Vinny Orban. Lukeba. Gertruida. Now with Orban. Zybak. Orban. Long-range efforts, but no real difficulties for the goalkeeper. Simons. Raum. Openda. Leipzig pushing forward with options available. Really good build-up, but no end product. Goretzka. Lima on the ball. Top-class defending. And pressing from the front. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Kane. Kane! And a goal here for Bayern! It's going to be so difficult to thwart them now. Guratti. Lukeba. Now with Orban. Gertruida. Simons. Zayvand. And nicely struck. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. The corner from Kimmich. Goalkeeper's ball. It was always going to be that way. Lukeba. Simons. Benjamin Šeško. Breaking at pace. That made it look routine, but read it well.
In the game. Leroy Sané. And Kimmich. Goretzka. Now with Kimmich. Looking at moving dynamically. This looks promising. Sané. Kane waits. A smart stop here. And there goes the final whistle.